You got this, girl.
I don't mind that method of repayment for favors and such. I would definitely not say no to a bunch of sausages. Maybe I need to work on how I phrase things. Next story. I caught 2 students viewing adult content on the cell phone of one of the students. I wrote them up and one of the mothers came into a parent-student-teacher meeting. In said meeting, she demanded to view the video in question. I told her I didn't know what it was and that it was a bad idea in general. She went through the kid's history on his phone browser, what kind of amateur doesn't clear the history, until the 3 of us had the pleasure of viewing adult content together as a team. It was beyond awkward. Next story. I once taught a kid that looking back on it probably had some mental issues. I say looking back because the mother had opted her son out of special ed after various referrals and suggestions that mentioned his type of behavior and learning style. This kid was fairly smart, but he had absolutely no social skills. He would often stop an assignment halfway through because he deemed it was reading time. Anyway, I digress. One of his biggest problems was so simple it frustrated me to the end of the earth. He couldn't be bothered to bring a pencil to class, ever. Whenever he needed a pencil, he would basically shout out, "I need a pencil!" These interruptions happened in the middle of a lesson, a math problem, etc. It bugged most of the students who wanted to learn, but it also frustrated me, having to stop the entire class to help the damn kid get his writing utensil. I, along with other classmates, gave him numerous pencils, pens, even damn crayons for God's sake. Not a day went by where he didn't ask for a pencil. After a good 2 months of pencil specialist type work, I gave up and told him he needed to get his pencil himself. At this point, I'd given him multiple boxes and a few pens. I was done donating my dwindling class budget on pencils. I simply told him that if you don't find a pencil, I guess you won't be able to complete your work. I knew damn well that he wouldn't finish the assignment, but assumed he would later when his mom saw the 0% that he would naturally receive. Later, the next week, his mom burst into the door while I'm teaching another class. Semi-shocked, I greet her and gave out the assignment to my class, telling her I would be with her in a moment. As I went to the hallway to talk, not a new thing with this lady, I noticed her face was slightly more contorted than usual. She was always unhappy, but I could tell this time she meant business. I barely got a word in before she yelled, "Why did my son fail his assignment for no reason? He's a great child, smarter than those idiots in the classroom." I remember saying something along the lines of, I didn't have any spare pencils to loan him. He's used over 30 pencils in my class. She decided that she was done talking to a simple peasant and left to talk to the principal. I returned to my classroom and went on teaching. I later get a note from the principal asking me to make a special accommodation for the kid in question. It informed me it was now my sole duty to get the kid a pencil. I was mad, but also shocked by my coworker's behavior. I guess he was just sick of the mother's crap too. Not wanting to spend my entire class budget on one child, I came up with the amazing idea of having a pencil to the kid's desk. I contemplated how I was going to do this due to the fact that the pencil is like easily breakable. The long thought of the break. The next Monday, I made my using a potent super glue and reinforced string. I tied the pencil to one of the support bars on the desk. Sure, it was limiting, but it was better than giving him a pencil every day until the end of the year. I never once had pencils, which is something I cherish every day. Next story. I was teaching a certain broad course in France in a trashed hotel. These women rubbed feces all over the walls, left used tampons on their beds, left broken glass from wine bottles all over the floor. Obviously, I started the process now. Program when we returned from the excursion. After meeting with the girls and telling them I would be kicking them out, I received about 8 or 9 phone calls from their parents telling me I would be sued when I returned to the US if I kicked them out. There I was in France, having the parents of 2 20-something-year-old women tell me that nothing is wrong with their grown daughters crapping all over hotel walls. They literally thought I should have been angry. Finally, my boss's boss stepped in and threatened to fire my boss if he proceeded with any discipline. I still had them kicked out of the residence that they lived in. Turns out the father of one of the women was a major donor to the university I worked for. Turns out that even though money will not be able to buy you happiness, it will allow you to get away with taking other people's walls and crap. Next Next story. A young man in my middle school English class would often arrive tardy for the first period. He usually was dressed shabbily and sometimes smelled a little off. I was looking forward to meeting his parents to gain some insight into his home life. Be careful what you ask for. The mother arrived wearing very dirty and shabby overalls with a dried animal crap on the right hand leg. She stunk. Oh, did she stink? I doubt she'd ever endured a grooming experience. She was pleasant enough, and when I inquired about the son's tardiness, she explained, "We live on a farm." The way she pronounced the word farm totally cracked me up. The only thing keeping me from giggling was the stench of dog on her clothing. I told the story to my kids, and from then on, whenever we had the opportunity to say the word farm, it is always pronounced farm. Next story.
Farm.
I'm a school teacher, but used to
Farm.
teach several kids programs at a church. There was one little girl who kept bringing lice in, and her parents never did anything about it. I decided to spend some more time with the family to see if I could help them out. I eventually discovered that both parents had developmental handicaps and were basically incapable of caring for a child. I would come visit and she would have eaten only ketchup for dinner, not by choice, but because it was the only thing in the house. I would take her out to eat so she could get a real meal. Soon I was in way over my head. I was 19 at the time, and got some help from other members of the church. Eventually the police were involved because the mom was abusing both the dad and the daughter. The girl was eventually removed from the home and went to live with her aunt and cousin and was doing better and getting real nutrition. Next story. The parent, not a teacher, but it's a parent-teacher meeting. My daughter told me to meet with the teacher after school the next day. She volunteers that she was caught reading a brief history of time in science class when she was supposed to be reading her 4th grade science book in time with the rest of the class. She said she'd already read the assignment and was bored. Okay, didn't follow instructions. Not a big deal. Go to the meeting. It's the teacher, the principal, me, and my daughter. I'm a little surprised. This seems an overreaction. Unless I haven't been told the whole truth. Teacher begins. She's concerned that she caught the daughter reading a horror novel in class. One of those really dark ones meant for adults, not age appropriate. A brief history of time is laid on the table. I express confusion. Yeah. It's full evidently she saw the book. Looks confused as well. Flash of insight. Wait, this is Stephen Hawking. I think you're thinking Stephen King. King writes horror. Hawking writes science stuff. Principal picks up a book and flips through it. Asks my daughter, "Do you understand this?" Daughter says, "Yes, but I had to read the part about the differences between general relativity and special relativity 3 times." Teacher picks up the book and looks at the content a minute, then puts it down and points to the cover with Hawking in his chair. Well, you have to admit, that's a pretty frightening cover. Not really what a 4th grader should be reading. Daughter has long since graduated college, so it didn't affect her permanent record too much, I guess. Okay, hold on, sorry. The principal doubled down? Like that wasn't a joke? That was straight up, you shouldn't read this because the guy on the front or back or wherever is in a wheelchair. This is not real, right? There's no way? Please tell me it's not real. Or at least that I'm misunderstanding. Next story. I work for the schools in the business office. We get a lot of complaints about teachers from parents. I have this parent who regularly calls me to complain. At the end of each session, he asks, "How about them apples?" I don't know how to respond to that. How should I respond to a person who keeps asking me, "How about them apples?" I don't know anything about any apples. I just tell him, "Okay." So what is a good response for the next time he calls me? Next story. Not a teacher, but I've got a story from my time in band. My parents are divorced and have been for decades. Dad isn't the kind of guy who pays child support on time. He paid. He would just go 3 or 4 months between checks. And he's about as antisocial as you can get and still almost function in society. Anyway, I'm 14 and playing percussion in a small town setting. It was early in the year. Football season's underway, and I've got a pretty substantial / flashy xylophone solo. Dad has never seen me play before or taken an interest in anything I did or have done musically. After halftime, he comes up to the stand and proceeds to sign me out to go home. His weekend for visitation. And he goes on and on about what a lazy, stupid, irrational child I was. How well my director had worked with me despite my disability. Director. What disability? You know, she's a woman, and she's irrational 2 weeks out of the month. My director refused to let Dad assign me out without my mother there, and I found myself in the counselor's office the next Monday. Dad spent the rest of his weekend bickering about jerk teachers that don't understand crap about parenting. Wow, no offense, OP, but I wish your dad got no visitation. That sounds abysmal. Next story. I was a mid-20s white male who had just finished my bachelor's degree. My primary focus was on elementary education and special education. Through my work and connections, I started a job in the state capital's inner-city school district. I knew my race would make things more of a challenge with some of the Black and Hispanic students, but I never realized how much of that attitude came from the parents. It was my first parent-teacher conference night. Everything was going pretty smoothly, and I was happy with the interaction and meeting with the parents. Parent after parent comes in until the mother of one of my most challenging students came in. Of course, I say how much of a pleasure it is to finally meet her. I start off with the positives, plan to segue to areas of improvement and more positives. Eventually, I say something along the lines of, no matter what approach I take, I can't convince your son to listen to me. This was her response. That's because I told him not to listen to you. You're white. I start nodding my head like an idiot. I begin avoiding eye contact and I start to stutter my words. I had no idea how to respond to that. I hastily collected the notes I had for her, handed them to her, and told her if she had any questions to feel free to contact me. Good times. Next story. I'm a high school English teacher in a district that has a high population of families from Mexico. Parents have, on more than one occasion, pulled me aside at parent-teacher conferences and gave me their express permission to use corporal punishment on their sons and daughters. Many times I'll laugh it off, and many times they'll grab me by the arm and tell me, I'm serious. You can hit him or her. I won't say anything. Next story.
To make it more comfortable on the shoulder.
She works with a student whose father is a lead designer at a popular fashion brand. The child is great, average, sweet child, but the mom is really living the life. She noticed one day that her outfit during midday was different than the morning, and then when the child went home at night, different outfit again. All expensive high-end clothing, fur, leather, and gold. They eventually become closer, seeing each other 3 times a day, and asks her about it. She just says she has a lot of free time. Changes if she has yoga class as well. It must be nice to be rich. Next story. Parent threatened to cut my hands off if I didn't let her son listen to music on his phone while I taught. I said no. She looked at me like I sucker punched her baby boy right in front of her and threatened to sue me. This was about a month ago. Last week she sent her college accounting homework to school with her son so that we could do it for her. I teach middle school. Next story. I work for a small English academy in Japan. We have a young kids class that the kids do with the parents in the room. We have a student whose parents let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, during class, she just laid down on the floor. Her parents watched and did nothing, even though all the other kids were participating in the lesson. The teacher stood her up and said she needs to try the lesson. Her parents flipped and said the teacher was out of line. It turned into a 2-hour post-lesson discussion where the parents told the teacher he knows nothing about education, blah, blah, blah. Daughter is 3. The teacher has been working in Japanese education for 10 years. Next story. Long story short, had a parent go to the school board because her son got a B+ in my video production class. He was barely getting an A- because he did mediocre work and never put in any extra time, but he was a pretty bright kid, so he did pretty decently considering how little he tried. When the final came, that caught up with him a bit, so he got a very low B- on the final, which brought his grade to a B+. She claimed everything under the sun. Was singling her kid out. He never got B's. Only A's were acceptable in their house. Her whipped husband came in with her like a dog on a leash. Poor bastard obviously didn't wear the pants at all there. It was really freaking tense, so I said we should meet with the principal. Just so I would at least be there to give my side, so she didn't call in and talk a bunch of crap about me. Meeting with the principal went okay, but she tried to throw me under the bus quite a few times, saying I claimed her son was a B student, when what I said was he got a B+ because he got a B- on the final, which brought his grade down. Questioning my final and how it was graded when it was spelled out in the syllabus she signed, and I still had. And then compared me to the previous teacher, claiming his curriculum was better, without any details to back it up. The previous guy was a moron who let the kids screw it on YouTube all out and gave everyone A's. So, unsurprisingly, he was really popular. She didn't, so she went to the school board. Told to speak his piece and recommended I didn't go so he could handle it. Issue ended there without any heat actually coming down on me, so it was all good. I came to find out later she had pulled the same with several teachers, and I was the first one who didn't back down and bump the kid up to an A. Freaking idiot. What's the thought process here? Do you think your kid is actually benefiting from this? I promise you that just throwing an A on your kid's paper is not helping them at all. That is a great way to inhibit their learning for sure. So if that's what you want, go crazy. Next story. Too many parents try to fight either the teacher or a student their own child dislikes. I've had a parent want to fight me. I looked at her like she was crazy and she left. I've had fellow teachers sneak out the back way to avoid parents fighting them. One of my friends had to drive a student home because the parents of another student wanted to fight him. Yeah, grown people want to fight a 12-year-old boy. Next story. Pretty tame in comparison to some of the tales in this thread, but when I was doing my first parent-teacher evening for a class, one set of parents sticks in mind. I was explaining how their son was bright, but needed to focus on working rather than chatting with his mate, and the mom and dad had a proper go at him, telling the boy if he didn't do well enough in class that they would, and I quote, send him back to Africa. It's entirely possible he'd never been African in his life, by the way. What made this particularly stand out was that the two parents didn't agree where they would send him in Africa. The mom wanted to send him to Nigeria while the dad was set on the Congo. Not sure which one. Story. During my first year on the job, one parent came to my conferences and was upset I'd given her son a 0 on a quiz because he'd been whispering to the girl seated next to him. Being warned once to be quiet. She was also another teacher in the district, which is why when she said, if you don't give him a second chance to change that 0, well, I know where you live. I didn't give him a second chance and got the union involved. I filed a grievance. I was super salty. Next story. I'm not a real teacher, but I am a childcare teacher. And when you work in childcare, you interact with the parents daily. I have so many odd encounters, but I can only recall a couple at the moment. There was one night a dad comes in to pick up his kids. He has 3 in total, aging around 5, 3, and 4 months old. He comes into the newborn classroom and goes to one of the babies, not his, starts talking to it in cutesy baby talk, and proceeds to lift this child up to be put in the car seat to take home. It was really awkward for both the father and I when I had to tell him, you're taking the wrong kid home. One mom threw a full-out temper tantrum at me at the front desk during pickup time, the busiest time in a daycare, in front of tons of other parents and teachers, all because I put her 3-year-old son in a, quote, girl pull-up when he had no extra clothes or pull-ups of his own left to give him, and all we had were girly ones. I mean, she was full-on screaming and stomping her feet, telling me I humiliated him. Her husband came back an hour later without her to apologize to me for how she acted. People are really out there not understanding that the whole gendering of colors or aesthetics or whatever is completely learned behavior. That's crazy to me. I feel like it should be pretty obvious that no, your child did not come out of the womb thinking that, oh, I'm a boy, blue is my favorite color, I hope I don't get put in the pink pull-ups, I would be mortified. You know, I just don't think they're thinking that for some reason. Anyway, that's the last story for today. So for now, I'd just like to thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have... Hey guys! Thank you.
Hello there.
Good girl. Let's go. Easy. Stay.
What's the mask? Away from me!
I hope that fans don't mean you're planning on coming.
Kill him already? It's him! No way you can get past us! He's here! or something?
Stop, all right?
Whoa!
Off the horse! I know how this goes. Okay. All right there. Who's a good girl? Okay, Missy.
into the bloody desert of Sinai Desert.
Dang, you've been going a long time. Back for some good meat, are you?
Things gonna turn around and tumbleweed this century. You'll see.
You don't say.
Oh my good
Let
lord.
me tell you, your only consideration should be, am I obeying the law?
Sheriff Freeman ain't the devil
In
people
obeying
make him
the
out to
law,
be.
we
He's had to
venerate
work.
America. In disobeying it, we challenge its very
People
future.
will really enjoy
Only the fools amongst you shall be dumb enough to challenge America to a fight.
Howdy.
I am not a violent man. This land awoke in me a thirst for law and order. I am a servant of the law, and I shall make every one of you in my image. Obey the law, or suffer the consequences. Them's the rules here. Don't forget it.
Hello.
Anyone, and I mean anyone, who wants to disrupt the good conduct of civilized life in this town will have me to answer to. All are welcome. Any form of misbehavior will be punished extremely harshly. Do not push me, or you will find out precisely what I mean by harshly.
How do you do?
You're a good filly.
Why are you doing this?
Good job, lady. Hungry girl.
big history buff. I love history myself. What generation am I if my great-great-grandmother was immigrated to Canada in 1922?
Determining your generation depends on the count you have. But based on the standard genealogical model, here's the your generational lineage. You start the count with the person who first established.
I would say just 3.
Out of the damn way!
Remember you. Passed through here some time ago, huh? Been a while since you were through here.
Look out!
It's about Anglo-Saxon.
Train coming on, girl.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick Alright, I'm back.
Made it, girl.
Howdy. Bar's open.
Hello.
Howdy, partner.
All right, y'all.
You all. Hi, darling.
Wow, that old beard must itch something fierce. What's it to be?
You be careful now. You'll have a child. Keep going on like that.
Alright, guys.
Hello, you handsome man. Wanna have a good time?
Thank you. That looks pretty good.
You're shy. That's okay.
Right then, you are all set.
You be well now.
Hey, tell your friends.
What's your poison?
Give me a beer, please.
You in need of a woman's touch?
Here.
All right, but if you change your mind.
My leg
I'll
don't
take
work.
a beer.
Always worth having one for the road.
Is there a line for some of your time?
Your words are as pretty as you are.
Well, so it goes. You have an itch need scratching?
Y'all?
Old Willie was in here this morning. 4 sheets
Don't
to
you bother
5
yourself.
wins
It's no
before
matter.
he even set foot in the door. Takes his bourbon, leans right on the
Give me
stove
something to
there,
drink.
and jumps 5 feet down the
Okay,
hatch.
we don't need to do much talking.
The people in this town. I had a pair of them in here at the bar telling me they go around just looking in people's windows. Getting a kick out of it, seems.
Beer, please.
Talk about
You come far today? Sure looks like it. Well, now,
So folk tell.
nothing new under the sun.
Give me a beer, please.
Got to keep that whistle wet, huh? O'Connor was in again. Don't feel right to serve him. Way it's going with him.
It's happened before, no doubt will again.
Well then, no rest for the wicked.
So long.
Give me anything you like.
One beer. If you see young Michael asleep on the table over there, don't wake him up. You heard his wife's been giving him all kinds of trouble. I expect, well, I told him he could catch 40 winks here till the storm passes.
It's happened before, no doubt will again.
I'll take a beer.
This'll fix you up.
They stop watering the drinks down finally?
Now this is turning into a good day.
Beer, please.
Good health. One more?
I sure am liking your company.
A real charmer.
Excuse me there. Mind putting that weapon away? Thank you.
Okay.
Glad that's over.
You know what, guys?
Gentlemen, the future is here. Self-driving vehicles. Already almost got into a car accident. All over the internet, clips of four-wheeled clankers are surfacing.
Medical workers, what's the craziest lab result you've seen in a patient? Sent the patient for an ambulatory sleep study when he was referred to us for suspected sleep apnea. He was very tired and apathetic during that. His test came back with an AHI of 127, the longest apnea episode lasting 77 seconds. Essentially meaning he was stopping breathing 127 times every hour. Called him back urgently to start a CPAP. Moved to VPAP, and last I had seen him, he was happy, cheerful, and about 35 kilograms lighter than we initially saw. Next story. Intake. My best friend was almost 20%. The oxygen she was getting purely she was immediately rushed back, put into a round. Life support. She had a trust plan in needless to say, she was incredibly I've seen a urine sample with so many crystals I couldn't see anything else. My most recent was an 89-year-old man with what appeared to be a lot of very healthy sperm in his urine sample. I was shocked at the quality and quantity of it. Next story. Next week is National Lab Month. Thank you to all the unsung heroes of the labs. So many people think, oh, the doctor ran some tests. Means the doctor physically ran the tests. There's an entire department at hospitals spitting out this critical data. If you think nurses are underpaid, I've got an update for you. Those professionals have college degrees, but are chronically overlooked. When our hospital was aiming to have all employees make $20 an hour, no mention was made of facing the starting MD salary of $20.25. Instead, I can answer that for you if it's still hey, it's crazy to me how people that can save lives and make a certain salary, but like, you know, if you're a professional athlete or a famous content creator, you get paid dozens and hundreds of times what they do. It's just, man, it's so crazy. Next story. My mom was a type 1 diabetic. Her glucose frequently dropped at night when she was sleeping. I was home visiting and pregnant and had to get both my mom and I were sleeping on the sofas. I take a whiff every time I walk by people. Once her glucose dropped, she'd start sweating out the excess insulin. Low blood sugar sweats are something you can smell if you've been around it at night. She smelled low, and I had a hard time raising her. I got the glucose out and got out her soul. Just before I gave the glucose, I tested her blood sugar. My dad was a real ass about using injections because it was $150 for 3 doses 20 years ago. I felt like I had to justify giving her. Her blood sugar was 12. It's a miracle. I still have to give her Pepsi and an egg sandwich. I wish she had lived long enough to get a continuous glucose monitor. It would have completely changed her life. Next story. I was 60 over 40. I was 19 and felt totally fine. I was checked the rate along with damn near the entire medical team in the office. Been since told by an authority. Next story. As a family member of patients, I've been attempting tests for A1C of 18.2%. My deal with the brain is under 5.7%. Sat in the hospital center with some friends and intermittent so, from a medical terms, I've seen this side CBC, lead one, that's the different cells, different cells, white germs, platelets, helps lead to hemoglobin, HGP, the part of the red blood cells that carries oxygen around your body. Low hemoglobin can mean you're anemic, tired, weak. Hemoglobin A1C, a test that shows your average
Just stay here.
over the last few months, mostly used for people with diabetes. WBC, white blood cell count, tells how many infection-fighting cells are in the blood. High numbers can mean infection or inflammation. Platelets, tiny pieces in your blood that help in clot so you don't bleed too much when you cut. Lipid count checks the fats in cholesterol to see if you're at risk for heart disease. Age, a test to see how well your thyroid growth. Organ, AST/AH, tests that check if your liver is healthy. EMP, basic metabolic panel, a group of tests that check things like your blood sugar, calcium, and how well your kidneys work. IM shows how well your blood works, especially for people with kids. Although this was a special story, I personally very much appreciate the you needed to know and make some pronunciations. Next story. Addictions feeding, LFTs, gamma glutamyl transferase, top end usually 130. Patient's result was 5980-ish. 3 bottles of red wine a day for many years. No idea if he's still alive. The scarier thing is when the results come down, people believe they're getting better, but it could simply be there's no liver cells left to measure. Next story. Hemoglobin 1.9. She walked into the ER, admittedly dizzy, but still walking, then refused blood transfusions. Blood glucose 1,472. Stage 4 gastric cancer patient with control diabetes. Team, rectal temperature 81.6. Same guy, nursing home, said he was fine. He was proper. ANC 0.2. Came in for a fever. Lactic 14. My grandma ate before
Damn it!
He just watches what he eats and takes an evil to his own team. It's crazy. Next story. I've had a couple of treatments. Best I've ever felt in my life. Lost 16 pounds in 6 months with no nutrition. The doctor said to keep it up. I said, maybe we should test. Cancer. Did a blood test. Blood glucose was 880. A1C 32. So, 80s. Went in with severe cramp. Did blood tests. Leukocytes was over 40,000. Immediate emergency. Thought my pancreas was shut down. Ultrasound showed huge gallstones. Several days.
I don't need no new friend.
30 years. Still all project. Comes in and says, I hear we're moving surgery. Lights are still too high. And I got scared. No, I heard 5,000, she says. My wife and I started laughing. You could die.
I ain't got the time nor the patience.
She lied. She said, oh, please go check. I don't want to be alone. That's what they said. And what I would know. She came back a few minutes later. They'll do surgery. It's the last time she spoke. They removed my gallbladder. Next story. I am resident here. Our clinic often has patients who get lost and followed. Patient came in just under 2 years after his last revealed he had ferret one. I repeat, that ferret one. Poor guy also had headaches and said he was bleeding continuous fatigue. No kidding. Nothing to repeat your key. The crummy part is that the ferret was alive for a while. Never followed up for infection. We're on track. Next story. None of that what they do. His words a small one.
Oh, partner!
You piece of shit.
This is a big mistake.
At the time, I was
I
wearing
don't want any trouble.
Kick him up.
I'm coming, okay? No need for theatrics.
This is it or you die. Hands up.
The X-ray technician told me to take
Hell with you.
Hey, it's him. Take him down now.
like he's bleeding. Finish him up. What the hell? Whoa now.
Put that son of a bitch down!
Take him down, man.
Hematocrit instead of hemoglobin because it's more accurate across species, but had a puppy come in oxygen dependent from flea/paranite anemia. His HCT, percentage of red blood cells, was 4. 4% of the fluid in his veins was red cells. It literally treated and then 30 minutes he was bouncing. Surgery needed help. They should have called and told him there was something he needed to look at right then, rather than just waiting for him. Next door, none of that once my dad I spent 2 days sitting in front of this everything to the house of you. Everyone thought I was lying about that being done for the first blood sugar. I'd be told I must have misunderstood. They try figure work and they have to select blood to the lab, and it would come back outrageously. Apparently, he should have been quite deceased. He got the last rites and everything. He's 87 now, still diabetic, still kicking. Next story. My husband, at 33, no extra weight, stopped breathing about 70 times per minute. He's worn his seat out religiously for the past 20 years. He falls asleep with the mask on. I'm in bed with my retained skin pants. We're the sexiest middle-aged couple. Next story. I'm not a medical worker, but I am diabetic, so I have to check my glucose frequently. Once at work, I was checking before lunch, and a coworker who hadn't been feeling well asked me what I was doing, so I explained. She was young and in good health, but was curious, so we checked her glucose too. 16. Next story. All sorts of medical problems exist, and my family and I have this weird thing where if I get stressed out at all, my blood sugar absolutely plummets. One time at my school, my head felt a little weird, so I called my mom from the office. It wasn't even really an too much. It's just like feeling when your eyes doing too much, and a headache is coming, but it's not there yet. My mom was diabetic, so she decided to prick her finger and see what did, because I know this happened before. And it was a 31.
Okay, I'm gonna ice cream that. I'll be back.
So fast and didn't believe me or my mom when we were like, yeah, this just happens sometimes. Just get some juice. If you don't know, normal is supposed to be between 90 to 110. I've never had high blood sugar in my life, and my doctors are well aware of this, so don't worry. Also, that time at my PCP's office was when they were doing my vitals check, and sitting down for over 10 minutes, my heart rate was 240 something. Texted my mom in the parking lot like, oh, heads up, they might not let me leave, so be prepared. Medics are a fun thing. Next story. The two I can
Whoa!
They were just feeling sick and they didn't make it.
Hey, easy.
Next, I work in the capital. We checked the parking, placed it, fixed locks. We also fixed heart attacks and anyway, my coworker is 57. Yeah. Question, pretty scary. CA left Bates lips. Incidentally, he also widow, which means the brother and his dad's backside. It turns out that a 99% left Bates that also lived to 99% smartly and this was see that the paper despite the fact that we all knew this guy's son was the exact we were quickly to put a cardiac support you and they did a CABG.
You wanna die, huh?
Events were possible, just risky
bastard!
severity. Luckily, surgery was great. Next, last year I was admitted to the hospital due to reaction to my immunotherapy. Grade 3 dermatitis, head to toe, needed IV steroids. I felt like absolute crap. On one of my routine was a couple of hours after lunch. The nurse measured my blood glucose as 2.4 liter. She said, "Oh, that's still conscious." She asked me how I was feeling, and I was like, "Pretty crappy, same as I have this entire time." She made me have some sugar syrup from a sachet, then measure my blood glucose every 2 hours until they checked. Next story. Not a medical, but my dad was a diabetic, and like to pretend he wasn't. Only precaution he took was drinking diet soda. It was normal for us to find his blood sugar anywhere from 300 to 70. He passed about 2 years ago. After several years of dialysis and dealing with the struggles of kidney failure, which, from what I can tell, is like constantly having a terrible stomach. Take your diabetes serious, people. Next story. As the patient, I had a vitamin D level of 7. The low end of normal is 30 mg. Now, I felt totally fine while my nephrologist stared at me in disbelief. I did about a year of nuclear 50,000. Vitamin D before I got into the low 30s and got down to in college, I volunteered. The police would bring people in. Then do a blood alcohol. Well over. Chatting. Next story. Many, unfortunately. One. I took a photo of it, actually. I was manually pumping it and saving it. And they had me cut it. It's literally all I've ever seen. ALT is 25. 8,000 views.
You know what to do.
Saying he did this to himself.
girl?
Stopping. Sent basic coag blood test as well as others. Came back saying contaminated. Please repeat. Okay, repeat. Same result. Did it once more and same sodding result. Usually this result meant it's been with an anticoagulant from another blood tube. Can happen if you use the same needle to put in the tube before you put it in the coag tube. But the second and third samples were the only samples taken at those times. Call lab and ask why they think it's contaminated. All values sky high means there's a gap right on the map. This includes BT, ABT, nitrogen, basically, this blood has every product in the molecule according to this test, so it can't be good. Ask if this be a factor in efficiency. Lab test said, possibly. I think it's time to get the result. Call the consultant, explain, and ask if this be a factor in efficiency. Never heard such an exciting experience before. Big diagnosis and treatment started. Maybe I'll found out later that the lab tech had been trying to call the consultant too after I talked to the lab. I discovered it first. It sounded impressive. So next story. A patient kept having unexplained hyperglycemic episodes. Her blood was tested and a large amount of insulin. The insulin lacked the C-peptide. C-peptide is present in the natural secretions. If someone is naturally secreted from blood, C-peptide should be present. If the doctor applied that accident, injecting herself with hyperglycemic episodes is season. Next story. The worst one I had was a heart transplant. Blood was so cute.
Good riding,
We
girl.
spun it down in the centrifuge. It still looked like whole blood. The techs on the previous shift kept recollecting it rather than investigating it. No labs could accurately be ran on them, other than maybe a CDC using the Yoli strain. Had to get clinical directors involved. It was so bad. He did not make it. Next story. Had a patient that had 13 types of bacteria detected in her spinal fluid. I don't remember the exact mechanism of how it got in there, but I think she had a severe sinus infection that
Ladies.
spread respiratory bacteria.
You're all covered in blood.
Relax, I ain't causing trouble. And how you getting along?
Fluid is sterile.
Hello, sugar.
Even getting
Hello
one
there,
type of
mister.
All good.
is called meningitis.
Bye now.
Meningitis can be fatal. Bacteria in brains, donuts. Next
Busy
story.
day,
I had
sure
the pleasure of
take their
taking
toll
care
now.
of lovely man with HPV 1.9 blood transfusion because he had MPS. He'd been on our observation tour. So
You looking for a night in a cell?
I then had the displeasure of catching his fever on his second blood transfusion stay. He often needed at least 3 units of discharge. I thought it'd be an easy fix and that I was too new. Why'd you do so? I was so proud that
You involved in some kind of
Trusting son.
Somebody help me!
Heavens above! He's admitted to our inpatient.
Oh, curse you!
Somebody help! Someone
He'd come in more often.
Shit! I don't want any part of this!
Damn it.
He'd started
Not this!
every nurse in the hospital, from ED to lab, to observation to med-surg to ICU, spoke of how nice and appreciative. I did ask my senior nurse why this guy was devastated. At this point, I was off of these. Eventually,
I don't want a damn thing to do with this. God almighty!
Sweet heaven!
I still take them off. Been a few years. All right.
There you are.
Next. Had a kid one. Chest tube. Surgeon walks up and says, "We're doing a general baby test." The kid was tied up. Surgeon, chest tube. Anesthesia.
couldn't do it without you, girl.
CBC for the provider. As it turned out, these four men at WBC 7 blatantly single-handed. To put this into perspective, WBCs are in the critical levels of 1/16 per machine. Their providers will send most people to WBC around 18 to 20 as possible. Platelets are supposed to be somewhere around 150 to 400. I don't know quite as much about them as the WBCs, but yeah, I obviously brought the results to the provider, and they, who had been in medicine for at least 40-ish years, said they'd never seen WBCs that high. Safe to say, the poor guy went straight.
Okay, I'm gonna ice cream myself fast. My fiance.
Your battery is just not performing as well as you thought, or maybe it's overheating quite a bit, and you're kind of like, what the hell is this phone sucks? Stop, hold on, relax. The first 5 days of your phone's life is probably the hardest time of its entire life, because it's trying to learn your habits.
This is fun, ain't it, girl?
Your Wi-Fi. It's starting to log into all of your accounts. It's struggling. It's doing a lot to try to figure everything out. And at the same time, you're using the phone because it's new and you want to test everything. You're testing the camera. You're going around filming videos. It's doing a lot. It's overheating. If the battery's not lasting as long as you thought, it's okay. Just give it a week. If you just got the Galaxy S26, I have a MacBook, and if you just got the Galaxy S20.
Psychologist, what moment did you have with a patient that made you genuinely scared? A very sweet, mostly blind teenager who was going through his first psychotic break and had a love of martial arts, Taekwondo if I remember correctly. Like, was really, really, really good at it. He couldn't see and would practice kicks, and at one point, accidentally kicked one of the reinforced shatterproof windows in the quiet room. Think padded room without the padding. Turns out, they were shatter resistant. He destroyed it with that kick. Why those particular details? Because he would practice his kicks everywhere, was mostly blind, and the one time he flipped up to practice one, and I was walking around the corner, it came literal centimeters from my face, and I felt the impact of it against the air, like a physical force bashing into my face. Sweetest kid in the world. He would have been horrified if it had connected, because things would have broken. A lot of things. He also grabbed my arm once in a suddenly firm grasp and asked if I wanted to do Taekwondo with him. No, I did not. Next story. Clinical psychologist here. I used to work in a prison and did a parole evaluation for an inmate that was a high-ranking gang member in an...
The most successful streamers on Twitch. Just a few years later, half of her friends were canceled, and the other half don't want to talk to her. Life comes at you fast, I guess. The story begins in Ireland, where she grew up with her sisters. Becky attended an all-girls Catholic school and initially made friends. That changed in secondary school due to unspecified rumors. It's unclear what transpired, but they resulted in the worst years of her life. Shortly after, she was diagnosed with epilepsy. The ostracization led her to create her first YouTube channel in 2008. It's about what you'd expect for an 11-year-old, starting with a documentary about her tadpoles and horror movies set in Club Penguin. The channel appears to no longer exist, which is a shame as it showed her first taste of success. At some point, Becky posted a story she wrote about a picture of a sad dog, and it went viral, amassing over 800,000 views.
800,000 views. That's a lot for a 12-year-old. So I knew from then that I was going to be an internet sensation.
The success inspired her to join Wattpad a year later. She registered as Ms. Panda in 2009. If loneliness drove her to create, the same was true of fiction. Her work was initially inspired by various anime as well as Harry Potter, but that eventually subsided in favor of steamy romantic fantasies about maids. For example, Torn Between Alphas, parentheses, selling myself to the alpha. This actually brought massive readership, with
novels taking off in 2015. Today, nearly all of her books sit at 10 million views each. Her readers were surprisingly loyal, following her to sites like Facebook and Twitter. They even protected her from critics. Once, when I was under attack and being called out for being rude to fans by one hater, all my fans bundled together and made me a very nice poem in my Facebook group chat and cheered me up. The hobby, which used to energize her, grew exhausting due to depression. This is reflected on her account, with her last remaining novels unfinished. There was little time to write anyway between volunteering at schools. You see, Becca was in college pursuing a degree in special needs assisting. The idea of earning a living through the internet felt like a faraway dream, one she hadn't yet taken seriously. It may seem strange in retrospect, but she'd never even heard of live streaming. That only changed because of an Irish YouTuber named Cherry. Cherry made Call of Duty trolling videos, occasionally streaming on Twitch. It was while watching her videos that a notification appeared, a small blurb that changed her life forever.
So one day I was watching a video and a little notification popped up like live on Twitch, and I'm like, what is this? She's live streaming. And I'm typing in chat, I'm like, whoa, this is cool. I'm actually, talking to the person I know.
The two became friends when Becky invited on stream. They played regularly, which encouraged her to start her own show. Her first broadcast took place on July 23rd, 2016. It went well enough that she kept going live. Her content centered around horror games like Dead by Daylight and We Happy Few. Highlights were posted to her new account called Just a Minx. With that said, her viewership simply wasn't there yet. Her parents pushed for a more stable career in childcare. I'm spending money on another degree and probably still won't get a job. Now they want me to pay thousands a year for college. I'd never go to class, and the price of it is just bullshit. I can't even guarantee a job after. That was while volunteering, babysitting, and working as a receptionist. I miss being able to stay at home instead of getting up at 7 every morning. Life was so easy. YouTubers are blessed. Her schedule grew infrequent, and it stayed like that for a long time. Not much of this early content is preserved, but it's clear Overwatch became her game of choice. I've talked about what brought Rebecca to Twitch, but haven't explained what kept people around. Minx was unapologetic in being a crass loudmouth. It wasn't curated, stemming from deep insecurities. Her life was an open book, venting in a humorous and relatable way. She was very open about her struggles with seizures due to epilepsy. This resonated with viewers who sought authenticity. Whether chatting or playing games with them, she fostered a sense of community to an average of 10 to 30 viewers. They provided much-needed company as her real-life friends drifted away. It's a combination of these factors that carried her through the downtime. For those first few years, she rarely, if ever, cracked higher than a couple hundred live. But their dedication was seen early on in sending the small-time streamer to TwitchCon. Minx expressed a desire to attend back in 2017, but wasn't able to afford the trip. She was so desperate she signed up for a sugar daddy site. That changed when her dream of visiting California came true a year later.
They were gonna fire me anyway, so I kind of almost when they fired me. I'm babysitting, but I only get 17 weeks, which is why I'm so grateful because you guys sent me to TwitchCon because I would have never afforded it.
Her goal was met in a single day with help from another streamer, Toxic Support from SMB Live. Minx had a lot of inroads, who she hung out with at conventions. These memories led her to cherish the small platform she had. At the start of the year, Minx's Twitch hovered under 3,000 followers. Life was getting busier as she contemplated leaving the internet to pay off her debt with a full-time job. If things went a bit differently, she may have pursued her lifetime job as a special needs assistant. But her channel saw rapid growth, surpassing 5,000 followers that June. It went up by another 1,000 the next 4 days, followed by her first 100 subs. We have new merchandise, boys and girls. Yes, I know you're excited it's here. It's a unique Y2K inspired design for all you goth baddies. It's double-sided, it's got Leave Me Alone on the back and the front. It says Turkey Tom in death metal font, but you can't really tell. That's why it's awesome, okay? This isn't just YouTuber merch. Nobody in public is going to know you're watching videos about boozers, creeps, and P-words, okay? Nobody's going to know. All they're going to know is that you have a super swag shirt and you don't even have to explain it to anyone. But if you see a real one in public, they'll know. We've got a puff print on it, which means that the print basically sticks off the shirt here. You can feel it, it's weird texture, nice. My new merch is so icy, I had to put it in the freezer. It's so cool. It's just what I needed for
Murder Squad.
Evening.
Have a good night.
Welcome, welcome. Come on in. Oh, you'll love it. Just right along the corridor.
Would you like someone to take over for you?
Okay.
Sit back and relax, hon. You'll leave this place feeling brand new, you know. Hope the water's hot enough.
This town's kind of pretending to be something it's not, ain't it?
Yes, that's how it is round here. Always been.
How's it going with you? Okay?
Yes, not too bad.
Yep. Folks like to get clean, don't they? Always will.
Yes, I know.
You ever, grab something other than the soap?
Pause.
That's a question you shouldn't ask a lady, dear.
You're, real good at
Pause.
Oh, you were too sweet.
Tell me how you spend your time when you're not, you know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to get out of this town is all.
Did I come here for a bath or a talk? Sorry.
Stop it. You've been pleasant.
Okay, that should do it.
It was nice meeting you.
You also have a sticker you can stick on your laptop, girlfriend, dog, whatever makes you happiest, you got it. And if you want to get this shirt right now, you can actually get it on my website right here, Turkey Tom Shop. You can select whatever size you want. Shipping is not too expensive. We made it pretty affordable. There's a very limited quantity. Once they're gone, we're not doing this again. So, yeah, grab them while they're here. Or they're gone forever. Just like your mom. Our Twitch subs for reference cost about $5 each. Minx was so ecstatic that she drunkenly booked TwitchCon London, but couldn't get off work to attend. It's been a month since TwitchCon, and I'm still so sad I didn't get to go and meet my friends. Her schedule remains sporadic as viewers prefer the lack of a defined schedule. By November, Minx surpassed 10,000 followers and 300 subs. The extra cash was used to upgrade her setup, and she started to feel like a real streamer. Rebecca ended the year
Room's
with
all
15,000
yours. Head on
followers
up.
and well over 1,000 subs. This newfound popularity came from a few different sources. The first was a clip of her stumbling out of her chair that gained traction. But more important was another streamer who Minx thanked directly. I got to meet a lot of new friends and people this year thanks to you. If anyone is wondering how my Christmas day is going, I'm with all my extended family who don't know I stream, and my cousin just looked at me and goes, Raj Patel. Raj Patel got popular for hosting a variety of talk shows on Twitch. His flagship was the Raj Royale, a streamer squat and elimination-style debate. Each round was decided by viewers who voted on which cast member to boot off. It was common for names like Pokimane and Hassan to appear, as well as celebrities like Lil Nas X. Minx
Good night.
debuted in early June, leaving a strong impression on viewers. Fans adored her sense of humor, especially after she kept sneaking back in. Named Minx to make her statement. Minx finished the year strong, scoring 2 victories against Destiny, brought an influx of new subs. She thought was unobtainable. This was only the beginning, as it was long dating show released its inaugural season. 3 names.
Hey, feller.
Morning, friend.
Great town, this, huh?
Yeah.
You folks are lucky.
So long.
Spurring a lot of creepy DMs from social fans. There was even a stalker who tried to stalk her.
Let me get through.
The early days of that was validation. She was too insecure to show her face. Pretty sure I stayed on top after my image, yet people find it amusing to continue taking screenshots. How you doing?
It's always a loud one at this here table.
Oh, hello.
She left her numbers and posted thirst
You had a bit too much, ain't you? You'll be fine tomorrow. Gentlemen?
Good morning.
What can I get you?
The episode started.
Give me a beer, please. There.
I'll answer your questions now. Do you think this is a real person or a fake person?
Analyzing whether a chat partner is real or a fake bot/scammer requires looking at linguistic patterns and technical context. While I can't say for certain, there are several significant red flags in this screenshot that suggest this may not be a genuine personal interaction. 1. The platform reference. The most glaring red flag is your question. ¿Qué te hizo registrarte en Xvideo? What made you register on Xvideo? Context. Scammers and automated bots frequently prowl adult.
Here's a few things to consider. First of all, she never say darling. Second of all, she treated me more like just a friend. She never asked me where I lived. She never asked me any of those questions like scammers or catfishes usually do.
That is a fair point. You're right that the typical scammer script usually involves immediate love bombing, calling you darling, and an interrogation about your location or job to see if you're a high-value target. The fact that she's keeping it casual and friendly is definitely a break from the standard bot behavior. However, modern long-con scams, often called pig butchering, are much more sophisticated than they used to be. They are specifically trained to build trust first. They might act like a normal friend for days or even weeks without asking for anything.
She just used what her family names her Minnie, or Manai.
Ah, I see. So Minnie is a nickname used by her family. That definitely adds a layer of personal detail that feels more real than a random bot name. If this is a
But she just uploaded that profile though, because at 9:48 p.m. because before she never had a profile. She just uploaded that profile picture like 20 minutes ago almost. No, 10 minutes ago at 4:48. No, 9:48 p.m. because when she sent me her scanner thing, and also another thing is she prefers analog and she lost her Facebook password.
The timing and the lost password story are classic markers used in online interactions, but they can be interpreted in two very different ways. Here is a breakdown of how those specific details weigh in.
She never sent me a photo. She never asked me for my real name. She never asked me anything.
That actually makes this much more interesting. If she hasn't asked for your name, your location, or sent you bait photos, she is definitely not following the standard scammer script. Most bots are programmed to get data or money as fast as possible. The fact that she is completely passive, meaning she isn't asking you for anything at all, usually points to one of two things. One,
And most times she would have answered my question and said, "Good night, darling," or something. She never does that. I've only talked to her first, like, hour ago, and I want to get off the Xvideo site. She seemed generally real, though. She never asked me for any of my nudes.
the fact that she isn't love bombing you with darling and honey and hasn't asked for news is a very strong point in her favor. Usually, scammers are in a rush to get leverage, like news, or build a fake romance to get money. Her behavior is much more consistent with a real person just having a casual, slightly guarded conversation. However, there is a specific pattern here that is worth noting: the analog versus X-video contrast. It is a bit of a contradiction for someone to say they...
Also, she told me she doesn't want kids. It feels generally real, the conversation, though, by her behavior.
It sounds like your gut is telling you she's real because the rhythm of the conversation feels natural. In the world of online chat, that vibe often counts for a lot. When a conversation doesn't feel like a sales pitch or a script, it's usually because the person on the other end is reacting to you in real time, rather than just hitting send on a pre-written message. Why her behavior feels real. The lack of the script, scammers are usually aggressive. They want to know your name, your job, and your romantic status within 10 minutes. Her being totally passive and not asking for anything suggests she has no immediate agenda. The boundaries, if she says she doesn't really want it, referring to the adult nature of the site or the interaction, that's a very human boundary to set. Bots usually try to keep things spicy to keep you engaged. The delay. A real person has a life. Saying, "I'll answer you tomorrow because it's 10 p.m. is a very normal human thing to do. Scammers often stay up all night across time zones just to close a deal. The wait-and-see approach. Since she isn't asking for anything, you're in a safe spot. You can just let the conversation breathe. Tomorrow will be the real test. 1. The answer. See if her explanation for being on that site feels like a genuine, slightly awkward human reason. 2. The mini persona. See if she shares any more analog details, like what her cat's name is or what she likes to do online. One quick note. Since you met on a site like Xvideo, she might actually be more nervous about you. Looking at the full chat history from the video, the vibe definitely shifts. While her behavior in the Telegram screenshots seemed passive and friendly, this earlier chat on the site shows her being a bit more inquisitive and reactive. Here's a breakdown of why this feels more real than a standard bot, but also where you should still be a little careful. Signs it's a real person. Specific reactions when you mention your age.
So, how can you detect she's a real person and not like a catfisher?
Figure out if she is truly the person in her photos, or just a real person fake. You have to move beyond text.
Can I ask her, can we call for a quick second and just so we can talk?
That is actually the perfect next step. Asking for a quick call is the ultimate truth serum for online interaction. Since she said she'd talk to you tomorrow, you can send a message like, "Hey, since you're analog and I'm tired of typing, do you want to hop on a quick 1-minute call tomorrow just to say hi?" It'd be cool to hear a real voice, how to read her reaction. If she says yes, that is a huge green flag. Even a 30-second call proves she is a real person, matches the gender she claims to be. and is comfortable enough to talk to you. If she says no, it makes an excuse. If she says her mic is broken, she's too shy, or maybe in a few months. Be careful.
So what are you thinking of then from the screen recording of the chat?
Looking at the screen recording from X video alongside your Telegram chat, here is my final breakdown of what's going on. Honestly, from a vibe perspective, she feels like a real person. However, from a safety perspective, she is a high-risk contact.
No, that was actually a QR code that worked. But at the same time, another thing is, there's no malware in it. But she's new to the site, but so what's your honest opinion about this?
My honest opinion? I think you are talking to a real person, but she is likely a professional flirt or a scammer, rather than a girl just looking for a random friend. Here is why I'm leaning that way after looking at everything. 1. The inheritance hook. This is the biggest tell in your screen recording. She was being playful until you mentioned inheriting a house. Then she immediately switched to investigation. Are you an only child? A normal 25-year-old girl looking for a friend. Usually wouldn't care about your grandmother's estate within the first hour of talking. Scammers care about assets. 2.
Yeah, I could do that. Ask her, hey, can I ask you how to pronounce your real name now on a voice note?
Same again?
Just give me a drink, quick.
Down the hatch.
You looking for a good time?
Okay. I need to start. Okay. Whip it, watch me make mayonnaise with it, watch me whip, watch me whip.
Snakes made it to the final round, and I think at the very end, to Katerina.
Congratulations! Minx chose. She chose love. Did she really? I really did.
It was a standout performance that placed her at the center of the program.
All right, I'll place you. You got this, girl.
Morning to you.
One more time. I'm proud of you. Slower! Stay here. Hello, ladies.
Oh, hello, mister.
Ma'am.
Now, why you got your face
I'm
on?
nothing to worry about. Hello, miss.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, mister.
Well, anyway, how you doing? Well, take care of yourself.
Alright, guys. I'll be going to bed in 20 minutes, 40 minutes.
What are you doing? Planning to kill me?
Just
Get the
stop.
law over here.
Stop a moment.
You want a whooping? I'll give you one.
You don't want to do that.
Oh, if you was fixing to scare me, best come up with a new plan.
Okay, then. Here you go. Stay down.
Ain't nothing costing me no more.
Whiskey Day keeps the failure away.
Howdy.
Miss?
Don't you try to pull anything funny again. I will come back to haunt you.
I don't care what century it is. People still bullshit still.
Right, we need to round this up now. Close.
Mister. Are you trying to look scary carrying that thing?
Hey there, friend.
Howdy, mister.
How can I help
How
you?
do you Ma'am?
Hey, sweetie.
How's your head spot?
You want some company?
You sure wolfed that down.
Move!
Hey, forgive me.
Cracked wheat and milk, please.
Good eating, ain't it? How do you do, sir?
I'll take a beer.
Now, don't really believe it.
Beer for you.
Between not needed after this.
Hello.
Person was facing his down. Yes.
Okay, I tend to stay in my lane because I just don't care about most of these people. I just don't have much of an interest in like PG-13.
Shall I fill her up?
Of course, keep them coming.
Crisp this one.
Hello there.
The price of tobacco just seems to keep dropping. Well, there it is.
Howdy.
How you feeling?
Come back soon.
athletics, big boy.
No need to act like this. Oh, Kev, get over here. You goddamn wrong.
see him?
Okay, girl? Let's go. We're fine, ain't we?
Hellfire!
Whoa! Hold here.
So shut it down as a parade. It took over an hour for this inspired Jim Lusky to call out the site's inconsistent policies. Makes reply by calling them sexist and they verified his lack of dysfunction, but just dismissed it as Minx being Minx. That includes almost starting a fire to get people to leave. In fairness, she got upset if people checked up on her during bits, but it was concerning given she no longer could get her meds. At the same time, Andy was in the process of merging with Optic Gaming. They rebranded and signed Minx, Miko, and the Botez sisters back on. Their fate wasn't entirely clear, with the article noting they might relocate to Texas. On the 1st of September, Minx fell down a flight of stairs. It hurt her so badly she called for help, but not before going live. Eventually, EMTs arrived and took her to the hospital for surgery. The comments show viewers knew she needed help, but Minx was more isolated than ever, alone in an Airbnb. To justify herself, she called out streamers in LA for being fake.
And then I panicked because I was home alone. So I went live. Everyone in LA is fake. If I called them, they would be like, oh, another Minx bit.
It was only going to get lonelier as the days passed on. Several controversies loomed on the horizon that threatened to tear the scene apart. The first
Look out!
Prior by Adriana Lee. Her story then resurfaced, describing his behavior towards her at a party. Adriana was supposedly blackout drunk and relied on other witnesses. Allegedly, Slick followed her around and tried to kiss her before succeeding. When she passed out, he wouldn't leave her alone, touching her neck and chest several times. The accusations were swept under the rug, as Ms. Kiff seemed to downplay the severity.
Well, if what you can deem of it, it's sexual harassment, whatever. At a low scale, it's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared.
Slick was his best friend, a fact made clear in leaked recordings.
I woke up, I knew the whole thing. It's one of the scariest things in my lives. My best friend in the whole world, Slick, is getting accused of, people are saying he's about to get canceled. I run in his room, Maya's crying, I'm freaking the fuck out, I'm hyperventilating. Mitch is there, we're all trying to figure out what the fuck we can do for my best friend, right? I care about Slick, I fucking do. I love the guy.
Adriana hadn't written the twit longer herself, getting help from Mrs. then-girlfriend Maya Higa. Maya met up with her in person and asked questions some interpreted as malicious.
Basically saying, are you sure this is what Slick did to you? You were pretty drunk. You wouldn't remember it. Are you sure this doesn't sound like Slick would do? And then she was like, longer, things like this.
Parties had friends disassociated and studs her career. All the
while, Slick escaped relatively unscathed. Adriana went on to show stories from other women. He was creeping on streamers, making unwanted advances, and bragged about making Caterino. There were even claims he used Ms. Gift's account to approach women. The public sided overwhelmingly against him. Slick denied the accusations, calling them unfair. He reiterated he was simply checking on her before comparing himself to Johnny Depp. Needless to say, it wasn't well received.
No, you didn't, you lying fucking piece of shit. You never got accused of... This is unfair. I'll be getting a lawyer as soon as possible. Learn from the Johnny Depp situation and think first. Last time I fucking checked, is you still all have all 10 fingers, Slick. What are you doing sitting around talking about Johnny Depp? You have the fucking audacity to go in and use his example to cover up for your slimy fucking bullshit. I don't give a fuck whether you touched her on the chest or not. You're a creepy fucking piece of shit that uses your friends to go and act as a gatekeeper to keep people out so you can allow yourself to be fucking abusive. I fucking hate you. I hope you die.
Slick was kicked out, with Miz apologizing and admitting it was SA. He was put on leave. OTK conducted a third-party investigation into the alleged cover-up, finding him not guilty. Whatever you believe of their culpability, no one really defended Slick past a certain point. No one, except for Minx.
Not fine. She doesn't have screenshots.
No, he did not, did he?
Minx vouched for his character and called Adriana a clout-chasing liar.
Slick is Slick. I was here for this, and the other girl that was there too. I hear them out. This is bullshit. They went out and Slick literally was just himself. And they took it their own way. Slick is good. Slick is weird. Yeah, he is weird. But he does it online. It's always how Slick is.
She also alluded to Miz covering up a completely different situation.
Covering up. This wasn't the... shit.
Some have claimed in retrospect this stream single-handedly destroyed her career. The inflammatory remarks spread across Twitter and posts labeling her as a victim blamer. Minx had a breakdown, chopping her hair off with a knife and dyeing it before temporarily ending the stream. She kept going live after this despite the pleas of her chat. Eventually, Cutie Cinderella intervened after not talking to her for months. Minx was taken to rehab, which she vowed to take seriously before going offline. Destiny criticized her for using mental illness as a shield. The next day, Minx was called out by Angel, also known as Toxic Slumber. Angel explained that in 2018, she
tough guy with a gun in your hand.
Began playing a drinking game with at least 13 guys. The game had each player stripped every time they messed up.
I'm sure there's an innocent explanation for that there blood on you.
You look like a damn idiot. Take some rest now.
Hey. Minx saw this and messaged her employer. She claimed to be unaware of
Thank you for keeping us all safe.
Minx then called the situation.
I, for one, appreciate it.
Minx also alluded to dropping her previous community. Angel said this was a threat.
Yeah, welcome. What can I do for you?
Her story received a lot of attention, though not everyone was convinced. It seems at worst she was uncomfortable, yet allowed to leave the situation. If you look at Minx's messages,
Let me know what
she
you
was
want, I'll
fixated
bring
on
it
this
out.
language. Don't say the word forced. You could destroy so many people saying that. How do you not realize that? They questioned why she didn't name any of the men involved. Her story was dead in the water, and Minx never had to respond. It's not like she was able to anyways. An update was posted to her account 2 days later. It confirmed Minx went through a manic episode and no longer had access to the internet. Her stay lasted a week, returning on the 28th of September. She started up a live stream right away against the
Sheriff's
advice of
gotten
her
after
organization.
himself at one point.
Very long story. I shouldn't be live right now, so in advance, I do want to apologize to my org. I also do want to apologize for everyone that advised me. Do I feel bad? Yeah. I have been advised to do a YouTube apology video talking about it.
Minx apologized for her actions, stating she now believed the allegations against Slick. When asked why she didn't reach out in private, she admitted to feeling ashamed as Adriana had been a good friend in the past.
Even though it was a manic episode, I still said that. And manic episodes still have a part of the real you. Like, real you comes out. So I can't excuse it. Oh, no, I was just suicidal and manic. It doesn't work like that.
The VOD was deleted shortly after it ended. A few days later, she went live again, this time with a different backdrop.
looking.
Viewers
No
learned she wasn't in
problem.
rehab, but a psych ward, and had to foot an unexpected $10,000 bill.
Our psych ward's free. Oh, here's the worst part of it. So, I didn't want to go. but I was told if I didn't go to the psych ward, people won't talk to me
Sure.
after. And
Sure.
it was already paid for.
You're doing a fine
And then
job,
I remember
sir.
my release date, they're like, okay, you owe us 10K.
Keeping us
And I
all
was like,
safe, I thank you.
Now, Minx is trying to find a place to live and moving between Airbnbs. The process started before her breakdown. She left the Optic house for some peace and quiet. They picked her up from the facility and were understandably beset by her decisions. After her return stream, they decided to part ways. They gave her 24 hours to move out all of her stuff. The separation wasn't announced publicly due to company policy. Minx continued arguing with them in private, as seen in a leaked chat from October 6. She claimed Optic botched her visa and it had to be redone.
I was getting me visa redone because, like I said, I got fired from Optic, so my visa was null and void, cancelled.
There seemed to be no end in sight for her string of bad luck. Minx woke up on her 26th birthday, burglarized. The perpetrators smashed through her windows, stealing several items including her laptop and microphone. They also let her cats outside who are now missing. The owner's surveillance captured 2 identifiable men breaking in. Even worse, they'd been secretly living under the house. Minx searched the crawl space and found a den littered with drugs, alcohol, and some kind of transaction history. Only one of her cats was found, which led her to sleep underneath the house in an effort to find it. The paranoia drove her mad, as she came to distrust the owners of the Airbnb. They caught her sobbing outside and instructed her to stay away. Minx refused and started camping inside. The sheer amount of crawling led her to get stitches on her arms. It may not have been irrational. The intruders weren't just thieves, but seasoned criminals. After the break-in, they apparently burned down a bookstore and left racist flyers with her address around town. Minx alleged they harassed and even stalked those close to her. It's difficult to discern the truth of it all, but the inability to feel safe falling asleep was taking its toll. On the 6th day, she fought with the owners and threatened to burn the house down.
I started fighting them, and I wasn't mean during it. I just said that if it burned down in this house, I will burn this house down until my cat is taken back to me.
Luckily, her cat was found alive and safe 3 minutes later. Minx finally moved out before her account was banned on Airbnb. The specifics are unclear, but it prevented her from booking anything in a
Alright, Minecraft. Mass 23. That's right.
Just ain't your day, is it?
Real funny. Excuse me.
Been a while. You
I'll
ain't
tell
been
you
seeing
what.
no butcher, have you?
Life takes a toll, huh?
Hey, if it weren't for the bad, we wouldn't know when it was good.
Yeah, but what can you do?
I'll see you.
Big loss on the riverboat. Had to. Hi.
Morning.
I'll greet you properly if you can clean that blood off first.
You sure you can keep up? Good to see you, mister.
How's it going, tough guy?
Morning, ma'am. This town's okay.
Oh, yeah?
I'll see you around.
Bye now.
What do you have?
Like what you see?
I'll have a stick, please.
Hope you like it.
You in need of a woman's touch?
Good morning. Oh, I'm fine.
My. Am I lucky I ran into you?
Plate of lamb's fry.
Wait, how does he cook the food then? How does he?
Hope it stays down.
Hello?
Morning, sir.
Ah, you still alive.
Huh.
You take care of yourself.
Hi. Partner, good to see you. Right then, what'll it be?
That's a bit smarter.
Okay, guess we're about through here.
Thank you. Behind you, partner.
Howdy.
This is a fine town.
Right.
Morning, friend.
All right. Good morning to you.
Why can't we get any nice
Just give me a drink, quick.
Hey there, cowboy.
Here's your beer.
All I want is one handsome man today.
Ooh, you ain't lying.
Give me a beer, please.
This'll fix you up.
Seems I found my calling.
Tell me about it.
Well,
Great. Thanks. Hey. Who the hell are you? Just calm down. Okay.
Levi's crop short again. The devil? What in the hell is wrong with you? Watch it. Yeah!
Ready to do one more attack.
Radius. During this time, many assumed she still lived at the Envy House. Minx confessed she'd been kicked out before leaking DMs to try and get them in trouble. It didn't work, as there was clearly more to the story. Minx was also let go for a talent agency involved, but no one connected due to less than ideal circumstances. Atrioc, a mutual friend, was caught watching pornographic deepfakes of other streamers.
There was a group chat for all the women that were, like, a part of that.
Helps me, and I shall help thee.
Helping us with all that to take it down, and then out of nowhere, Q was like, actually, Atrioc has recommended a lawyer himself, so we'll be going with that. And I deadass thought she was hacked, and then we called.
Help a
and I was just
blind
like, shit,
man.
that was my bad.
Okay,
I literally thought you were
sure.
hacked. We made up, and that's how I was invited to Streamer Awards, which
Blair invited her to the after party on the condition she stayed sober. Minx promised she wouldn't drink, but made plans for the 11th of March. The Streamer Awards went off without a hitch, but within minutes of arriving at the after party, Blair learned that Minx was getting kicked out. Not only was she wasted, but she was trying to throw gas heaters into the pool.
We get to the party, she's wasted. She's getting escorted out by security because she's trying to throw heaters in the big propane.
Gas heaters? Like the ones that like
She's trying to throw second. Yeah, and people, she was trying to run her pool.
Minx refused to leave, even as security escorted her outside. Apparently, she went limp to make it harder to kick her out. While dropping down, she hit her head and became unable to cooperate.
So when this stuff happens, obviously, she's just laying on the ground limp and no longer cooperating and getting. They're telling me the party needs to be shut down because she said she's in the front yard and neighbors are starting to come out. It's causing a scene.
Her friend got concerned and called 911, bringing police, ambulances, and a fire truck to the residential neighborhood. Minx was excommunicated, and the story went public the next day.
I can't tell you how many tears I have cried over losing someone who was my best friend to this, genuinely. Over the past year, you can't look at her in the face. There's not the same person there. She's been lost and gone. I have tried everything. I mean everything. I got together a group for an intervention and then got the rehab, got family involved. I've tried fucking everything. She doesn't want the help. I've tried handling it privately. It hasn't done anything.
Easy.
I'm just hoping that maybe all of this will finally make her realize that she needs to get help and she can't keep using excuses.
Minx downplayed the situation by claiming it was a simple mistake. Blair angrily refuted it. I almost had you thrown out of the show because you were yelling. I hope this is your rock bottom. Get help. Minx claimed her going limp was not an act of defiance, but an actual seizure. I had a seizure when I was pushed over. I slept all day yesterday when I got home from the hospital. It's obviously not an excuse for ruining the party, but I'm not lying about my epilepsy. That was 100% the worst seizure I've had since I was 15. Blair pushed back again. Minx, you did not have a seizure. I was there the entire time. Also, no one pushed you. You're just lying. This picture is from when you were getting liquids at the ER. It's not clear what the truth is, with some accounts stating Minx went unresponsive.
She was just completely unresponsive. You know when you're drunk, right? Well, that's like almost about to go into a coma. Just, I mean, you know, she's brilliant, but she's just not there, man.
Blair even admits that Minx hit her head in her first recount of the night.
I guess, like, in that refusal, kind of, like, decided to go drop down so that it's harder for security, like no longer walking with security instead of being dead weight, but while becoming dead weight, hit her head, and then, was just, she was just inebriated. She was just extremely drunk.
Regardless, it did little to absolve her in the eyes of the community. Some viewers criticized the public spectacle. They argued many had dismissed her problems for years in favor of content. Cutie apologized for going public, with the two reconciling a few days later. There was no going back to the way things were before. Minx decided to visit Ireland, moving back in for a bit with her family. It was a much-needed break from LA, but one that didn't have much peace. 5 days later, she went live and addressed her drinking habits on stream.
What I need to stop is when I go to a party, I need to know when to stop drinking. When I start drinking, I know that's borderline alcoholic.
The fact she was claimed to be a borderline alcoholic showed she hadn't really learned her lesson. This clip made it to LSF, where people felt like she wasn't taking it seriously. But none of them could have realized just how insane this stream was going to become. It started off wholesome, with Minx's parents stopping in to say hi. They stick around for the next hour, hanging out with chat and answering questions. At around the 2-hour mark, Rebecca's older sister Lauren comes in. There was clear tension, with Minx deciding to call her out and instigate on stream.
For the AU, or actually, why did you lie? me like that when I was your sister.
Rebecca was upset over an incident from a few months prior. Lauren followed her online presence and sometimes tweeted about her E-Celeb sister. At some point, she added Just to Minx's sister to her bio. This got the attention of a viewer who started messaging her questions. Lauren responded and began leaking private info.
You thought you were your sister, but you told him personal, secret things.
Yeah, but you think I was doing that to hurt you?
I think it's weird that you told a random viewer my private life.
Lauren claimed it was a simple mistake and she was just naive.
It's a lot of trust for your family to be doing.
I need you to understand that it only came from naivety. Like, this guy was messaging me days and days and days, essays, and I wasn't even always replying.
I saw the screenshots and you said this. You sent him essays.
Becky felt it was malicious, and Lauren had done so out of spite. Lauren tries to take it offline, but she refuses to end stream. The argument escalates after Becky shouts out LSF and does the nay-nay.
Like, you're looking at me and telling me that you're hurt and crying, but you're doing the nay-nay. Just take on
you don't.
Lauren defends herself by stating she never lied, even alluding to one of the claims. Their parents tried to separate them as the stream quickly devolved. Her parents return after Lauren walks away. They push for her to end the stream, but she refuses, insisting they play Never Have I Ever. Lauren eventually returns to talk to their mother on the stream. Becky uses this to insult her with an earshot, which Lauren overhears and storms in to confront her. The camera falls to the floor, so we can only hear what happens next. The fight briefly turns physical, with Minx accusing her sister of being a PDF file.
You the name with her in the chat.
Her father breaks up the fight, calling Becky insane and telling her to shut up. Lauren eventually picks up the camera, apologizes, and ends the broadcast. The stream was clipped and circulated on Twitter. Minx implied their argument was typical of Irish households, and Americans were soft. When asked if her accusation had merit, Minx admitted it was completely false. Archives of the VOD were later removed through copyright strikes. A month later, Minx appeared on stream with 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and a badly scraped knee. The screenshots were posted by Nicholas Diorio. I clicked on a Just a Minx stream and she has 200 viewers. She's on the phone calling her dad fat, her house is a mess, and it looks like she has 2 black eyes. What the fuck happened? Minx told him to leave her dying stream alone before explaining it was the result of boxing training.
Okay, listen here, Twitter. I broke my fucking nose, right? You tell me to get back into boxing and stop the alcohol. I do that, and I break my nose, and then suddenly, Jesus.
Minx was set to fight at Misfits 006, signing a multi-fight deal. Her first opponent was Fangs, with the event set to take place on April 21st. This didn't happen. If you'll recall, Minx returned to Ireland on March 16th. Her visa had to be redone, so she sent her passport to the embassy. They held onto it for over a month, preventing her from entering the country and forcing her to cancel the fight. Adding further confusion were cuts and bruises that appeared mysteriously in her sleeve.
So I went to boxing yesterday, but I didn't get hit in the face, because we were just doing, like, you know, kind of with the gloves and shit. Come home, and then next thing I know, I'm just waking up, and I was so dazed and confused, and I'm like, I start freaking out, I go to the mirror, and I have a swollen lip with bruise, I have a swollen eye, it's kind of filtered there, but swollen and bruised, and I had a nose that didn't stop bleeding for hours.
Her channel was on the decline, losing 1,000 subs every month. This brought an influx of videos about her downward spiral from creators like Internet Anarchist, Paige Christie, and The Gamer from Mars. They amassed a total of 4.5 million views. Minx actually reacted to the latter on her channel, titled How I Lost My Mind.
Why does he keep calling me a cat? You better shoot the hell out of me now, man. I'm talking to you. I'll show you a boxing match.
While she acknowledged most of the criticism was valid, she offered insight to her various controversies. With regards to Adriana Lee, the two had recently made up and planned to hang out in person.
I'm just glad to say that I've been to Adriana recently. We've talked. She is a very kind soul, because she forgave me, and then we had like a 3-hour call of just chatting and bantering. I don't really have an excuse for this one here. You hear shit that you shouldn't always fucking believe, and it was literally stupidity and disgusting on my behalf. I think she's actually going to be staying with me soon, but that'll be fun.
Her time in the psych ward hadn't helped at all, with Minx describing the terrible conditions.
Viewers began to wonder if her hospital stay had done Minx any good.
It did not do good. If seeing some lads screaming and smash his head against, it wasn't a glass window because they had it covered in plastic until he bled. Kind of fucked me up. And have someone literally just be shit on the ground, the serial shitter. It was not really nice. It was not a nice place.
There was a lot of misinformation surrounding the streamer reports. Saikuno went on record to state Minx never tried to push him into the pool, but the worst had been claims she lied about a seizure. Minx reveals her mother was on the phone and saw it herself. However, there's no proof given for this claim.
My mom was on the phone. She saw what was going on. She knows I was having a seizure, and she was screaming at people to please call an ambulance. But my mom literally will vouch, she was there on the phone begging people to call an ambulance for me. I had a seizure after my head hit the ground. Security pushed me, which I don't blame them for that. They pushed me and I fell and it hit my head and I had a seizure. I just remember everyone staring at me with lights in my face.
The rest of the year didn't see much improvement. Minx grew bored of Ireland, searching for vices to escape. It manifested in impulsive piercings and tattoos. That October, she got kicked off a Disney cruise ship for twerking as Mother Gothel. 2 days later, she got into a fight at Walmart over their discount prices. Minx's latest video was uploaded on November 4th, 2023. It didn't garner many views, with her channel falling below the latest milestone, with her life starting to slow down and people stopped paying as close attention. This made the next development all the more shocking. Two men had changed a lot since their lover hosts together. The beloved creator took a dark turn publicly after being accused of SA. He denied the accusations while harassing the victim and arguably incriminating himself. It escalated to the point of several police reports and 2 civil cases being filed against him. The investigation was funded by his ex-friend turned enemy, James Ski. I actually just made a video about this. The story is there if you want more. It's pretty messy. February 14th, 2024, Medea Sadiq was found dead at the age of 23 from a suspected overdose. Not even 10 minutes after the news broke, James E. accused 2 men of several crimes. The timing sparked outrage and many questioned his intentions. That included Meg's, who was one of the days leading to this. As someone who experienced it firsthand and spoke about it, I think this tweet is scripted inside. James responded by accusing Minx of interfering with the investigation. He claimed she constantly switched sides and gave Tumet confidential information. He then shared a clip of her stating Tumet had nothing to live for a few days prior.
I think he's just trying to cope because he has nothing left to live for, which I understand because he has.
Minx retorted that the only way she could have interfered is to throw her horse to the LAPD. This led James to post another clip of Minx, this time claiming that authorities were tracking Tumet's location.
James needs to go back to people's answering his calls. This don't just realize when I answer them,
Slow up now!
the person who's screaming, please
Wait.
If I don't answer, I can't. And that's what they advised me to do. They said don't talk to him, just answer it, and then he just shows the ball, they can drop where he goes through it. He's calling again.
James also accused her of lying about the existence of the lawsuit. It's unclear what James meant here, as there are clearly 2 lawsuits against Tumet, one from himself and one from Goldie Bell, the alleged victim. He may have not realized that their civil cases fall under the definition of a lawsuit, but James inflicted a lot of damage to her credibility, showing she wasn't in much of a position to criticize him. The TikTok she made about his death also didn't help. POV, your stalker finally dies, but you realize no man will chase you the same way. Minx called James a liar and defended her previous remarks.
Several things in James' case message tweet was absolutely very false. He said information.
Finding some law.
Oh, crap. You walk the rest, friend.
The only thing I could find was obviously it could have been sleep. Really? She said, good job of time.
¡Ay, Dios! ¡No! ¿Qué haces?
Now, just so we're clear, there's a noticeable lack
Heaven
of
help me!
mention.
Go, stop
Say
it!
it doesn't exist. As it turns out,
Someone please help!
it makes
Doggone it!
she claims to make them in the center. Sheldon deserves all the support we can. I personally don't think they would
Shoot him dead!
they're just cheap. It was later deleted after people makes it really an experience though. Two had a long gouge. They were partying in his house, but led to the police for 6 years. Things hurt his child and son.
Help me!
Hey, y'all, I need help! I need help, please!
The accusations against Wilbur chain reaction and several creators came out into the most significant were the accusations against him. He was accused by a certain named Katie she criticized people for taking strong stances in Southern her seriousness was short-lived, with Mix ultimately celebrating the TikTok was tagged hitting and I told you so. It felt hypocritical to hype up potentially false accusations from some creators. He called her white supremacist and Mix liked white supremacists.
Looking for a fight?
The next day, Mix slammed her. She tweeted out they'd seen her in shock. This is impressive. Banks claimed it was a seizure. They pointed out she began to even then, it's
Stupid, or you're just too fucking
of it, man. It was too it was too good. And he didn't just do it, but he was also good at just
It's him! Start shooting! Come on! Back up
No, no, please.
here! No!
Oh, now you need to help.
it's either all hey, it's really simple. Just simply edgy for the sake of it. Because they he may have very
Man, you must have passed out hard, bro.
Buenos días, señor.
Hey, mister.
Bonjour, monsieur.
hope the jail time cleared your head.
Certainly.
Hey, what's your pleasure?
Give me something to drink.
Some hops for you?
Yes, please, some hops for me.
As they consisted of Anissa showing off a
I'm like
t-shirt and
11:35 in the morning.
Care for another?
Of course, keep them coming.
Nothing like a good beer.
The OG movement of what feminism is. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Another?
Give me anything you like.
Your whiskey?
Just give me a drink, quick.
Good for what else? I had a fella come in here the other day. Hair slicked back, big gold watch in his pocket. Said he made his money out in roads. And now he's come here to take over.
Que voulez-vous? C'est la vie. Je vous salue.
Hey, partner. What a time to be alive, huh? Take care now.
Farewell.
Thank you.
Hey! Move it!
Not about time I paid.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, bro. Yeah, I'm getting really tired, as you can tell from my voice. I cannot wait to go to sleep, though. Just some way, bro. Oh my lord. We're just gonna quickly go through.
There you are, my darling. Good girl. Got an appetite.
Arnie.
That's my lady. For you, miss. Is that all? There's my girl. That's my girl. Fill your belly. Heading through it, ain't we? Made it this far, eh, girl? There's a girl.
Alright, guys. Okay.
Good girl. That's great. Let up.
There's less things to process.
Good ride, girl.
Alright, guys. Have a good night. GN. Good night.